Oh, it's Frog. I have not changed anything. That would not be good. Trying to see if I can see it in OB. Oh yeah, now they're coming. Now they're passing Mario. That's also on my TV, actually. I just noticed. Haven't changed anything. Me rattle the cable. Rattling the cable does nothing. This might have been there. It's possibly where I'm routing the cables. This looks like a typical interference thing of something else. I don't think I can fix or test that now. I just have to rip out all of the cables and just pay attention that I don't route them towards other cables that have signals or current. Vampire crabs, thank you. Ah, now you had to say that, Julian. Now I'm seeing it all the time. The lines blocked me. It's nice. It's another excuse for me. Until just now, I didn't see them at all, and now they're just here. Well, I never noticed them before you said it. Hey, Corn. Thank you. Ah, that counts. Hello, Dankbox. Nah. Good that I jumped too high instead of too low there, but just the right height would be better. That's how super jumps work. If I hold the button for too long or not long enough. Can't get up. Only have 2 frames. To hold the button for either 25 or 26 frames. Otherwise, that jump doesn't work. I think the latter. I think it's a side product of how they implemented physics or specifically inertia. I found this nice analogy the other day. Like let's go over here. So if I hold run and then stop running, Mario will slowly fade out and stop running, right? He doesn't stop immediately. Like, immediately would be... Even if I turn around, he slides, slowly gets slower. They implemented the same thing for jumping up. If I hold the button, Mario goes up, oh, same speed, comes down immediately, same speed. There's no real... There's no really... not really a fade out or anything. But if I stop holding the button somewhere, don't know if you can notice it, that he's doing a little bit of the float, slower float before coming down. And particularly if I do super jumps, it's a little bit more obvious. He topped out a little bit slower, that's what the super jump is. So the quick turnaround like this is when I just hold the button, then after 26 frames, 27 frames technically, he just starts dropping. If not, then just carries his momentum upwards for a tiny bit. So they wanted to make the jump look a little bit more natural. And by doing that, it's unintended. There's no way they planned for you to reach this platform specifically, because why would they? This doesn't really make sense in a game design point. It only makes sense for the speedrun perspective, because you can still reach it otherwise. There's no real purpose for you to reach this quicker in the normal game. Maybe they wanted to be cheeky, maybe they didn't know. Who knows? bit all over the place right now. Well, because I'm not playing perfectly. This very jump here. If I just hold up and the jump button as long as I cannot get up. It needs to be 25 or 26 frames of holding the jump button. You see that? The 25 frame jump, that gets me just under, and then it kind of sucks me up the last pixel. And the 26 frame is a little bit more smooth. I'm gonna try to show the difference. Is probably not recognizable. That looked like a 25. Oops. And that looked like a 26. I don't know if you can tell. 25, I would say. 25. Not sure about that one. That looked like 26. That looked like 26. That looked like 26. Not sure about that one. That looked like 25 again. It's impossible to tell. No, it's just about for how long you hold down the jump button. Like, obviously start holding it here, and then I have to release it after the half second. There's no repressing or anything. Obviously, if I want to go fast, I have to repress it as soon as I touch down. It's really just a result of the way jumps work. Like, hold the jump button for 1 frame. That's the jump height for 1 frame, then 2 frames, it's 3 or 4 frames. And the longer you hold, obviously, the higher you jump. Then you can make it even higher by holding up, or by having running speed. And that's the maximum, that is 69 pixels from the ground, I believe. And then, obviously, you do the super jump, gets a little bit higher. It's a nice little receding, flattening curve. You plot it out. I think I have a Diabot command for that. Forgot what I called it. Did I never make this command? That cannot be true. Guess I never made it. I was sure. No, there's no command. I was sure there was one. Interesting. Yeah, not gonna fix that now. I'm already a little bit not in the right mindset, I guess. It's so slow. I mean, I still feel a little bit sick. It hasn't changed at all. It hasn't gotten worse. Still feels like it's just around the corner. It's just about to start. Also, for today I changed how I do my save states. I think that messes me up right now. Because it's very, very different. A different button combination. I think that's what's mostly throwing me off, but I have to get used to it. Execute. Okay. Gonna call that good enough. Yeah. Good evening, ATC. I was just saying, still feeling a tiny bit sick. Not yet, but it's true. It's right here. I thought, oh well, since the recommendation came from you, you with your contributions so far have technically paid for that already. So I decided to spend the money. That's the most expensive non-prescribed stuff that I've ever bought in my life. I hope you're... I have been drinking it 3 times a day. It has not helped so far. I did read the studies. Studies look good. But yeah, so far no change. Obviously there won't be a change if it's something bacterial. Very, very unlikely. There's no medication that makes you feel healthy immediately. That sadly does not exist. Oops. Weird save state timing. With the fluttering. Yeah, lucky. Not so new anymore. Well, in fact, that link probably has the posting date. Holland. Oh, match is over. I only saw that Turkey was leading at halftime. How did it go? Oof. Slow ledge grab. This is a terrible save state. Did you know that it's super awkward to change the save and load button combination in your head? So weird. Was always a start up and down guy. Now that my start button doesn't work anymore, just have to switch to select and AB. It's so weird though. Ooh, that's awful. I think this just further incentivizes me to actually open the controller. Just fix my start button. Actually, when I don't remember if I used the start select rubbers when I made my Tatanga controllers. I might still have them. I mean, anyway, I can just take them from any of my other controllers. But now, instead of just doing that, kind of torturing myself today. Yeah, it's good enough. Because it still doesn't make the soft reset any better. Ooh. Not good. Hey, I did it. Oh. But for starting a level, you enter the level with start, and then you have to do the button combination. The loading makes sense, yes. I like that aspect. to think real quick what loading was. I am all frazzled today. Oh, yep. Thank you, ATC. I just now saw that you paid another 10th of one smallest dosage of Umkalorbo. Thank you. Ah. Nine more of those and I can buy another. Bang, 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 bang. This is what they call a banger? What is this? Mario ROM hack. Casio Mario World. I didn't know they had ROM hack music in this playlist. That's interesting. I definitely recognize this. Once again, I am reminded how bad the contrast of this is. This color palette in the castle. Too high. Also sounds familiar. Ring. Oh, that's Mega Man 2. I would not have recognized that. Oh, now. Okay, that's the song. Definitely recognize this part. No, but the one before was a banger. This doesn't really have bangs in it. It's more, it says this is booms. It's a boomer. Abrupt ending. DuckTales. Edie. Not as good as the moon theme, I would say. Big fan of the moon theme. Hey Ben. Whoops. Also recognize this. Yeah. Should have waited until before looking. You mean the Mickey Mouse magazines? Are you a Donaldist? I mean, I did learn that there's such a thing as the Organization of the Donaldists. It's an international organization of people who appreciate Donald. Not that Donald, but Donald Duck. It's probably been undermined by the other Donald to this, like nowadays. My former translation professor back in 2004 or 5 was one of the leading German Donaldists in the organization. Found that very funny. Yeah, it was literally called Die Mickey Mouse or das Mickey Mouse Magazin in Germany back in the day. And yes, I had every single edition of the Mickey Mouse magazine, the Donald Duck magazine, I'm sorry. Starting from, like, when did it start? 93? I had them all. I still have all of the collectible cards, the old ones. Complete set. Hey Del. Oh, I'm sorry, I mean in East Germany. 92, 93. I had it earlier. I remember it took a while. Not sure if it was... I can probably Still fine. I don't have the magazines anymore. I don't think we kept them. Or did we? I only have the collectible cards. Yeah, enough castle. I don't know what my parents did with the actual magazines. My mom is an avid collector of the lustiges Taschenbuch. I think she has the not complete originals. At some point they started running reruns for the very old editions. So she has a complete set nowadays, but not all of them are originals. Some are reprints. But yeah, my mom has a shelf, or several shelves, I suppose, with all of them nicely lined up because they have the pictures on the backs. And she still reads them to this day, I believe. We haven't talked about them, oh wait, wrong controller, in a while, but I think she still reads every single one of them. Let's see, how can I do with this controller nowadays? Definitely can't soft reset. Ooh. I have a habit, or what, like the lack of a habit, of not rereading anything. I also rarely rewatch things. I very rarely replay games, except for very specific ones. Final Fantasy VII being like the only one, and I guess SML2. Like, I don't forget easily enough. And I don't have that kind of nostalgia that I just like rereading the exact same thing. I do appreciate the surprise or the mystery in stories. The 11. Yeah, most things that I consume are one time only. I would say sometimes corn. Ooh, immediately. I'm a very focused watcher of things. I don't do things on the side. I focus entirely on the thing. So obviously I'm missing small things, but usually nothing too crucial. Unless we're talking about just some actual hidden Easter eggs here and there that you have to look out for. But if it's just something relevant to the actual storyline, try to pay attention on the first look through. I would not watch to rewatch. I would not watch. I would not want to rewatch Andor, to be quite honest. It was an interesting show. It had good music, but the story itself was kind of meh so far. So curious how they finish it. I had heard very good things about Andor before watching it, because I hadn't considered it until then. But I'm watching a couple of YouTube channels that do reviews of certain fantasy or general fiction shows. and they usually align with my opinions. They're mostly Tolkien and George R.R. Martin focused these days. But I thought the opinions aligned, and they were celebrating Andor and how generally good it was. I think it's good for something from the modern Star Wars franchise. There's no doubt about that. It sticks out in a very positive manner. And it has Stellan Skarsgård, which is an amazing actor. Apart from that, the story itself was a little bit weak. I think it started getting really annoying for me with the Prison Break episode. It just wasn't written very well. It didn't feel round. It had Andy Serkis. That was nice. But yeah, also I don't like the main actor. He doesn't do it for me. And I think that's a big problem. Ooh. Number 2 already. No more left for the runs. But I know, Andor overall okay, but the pacing was weird. Actors were good, except for the main actor, in my opinion. And the kind of comic relief bad guy character is probably gonna come around and not be the bad guy anymore. Yeah. Maybe it was just my expectation. I was too hyped up by the YouTubers. Hype is never a good thing. Judging something based on other people's expectations, pretty much. I'm generally not a big fan of the modern Star Wars franchise or universe. And I even did watch Rogue One in preparation for Andor. Which obviously is not necessary, because it's the other way around that the order is, but just for some context, I wanted to see something modern. Exactly, like it's what makes modern media great. And if you disagree, you're uncool. It's not even so much about just Disney. I think George Lucas himself just didn't have a good story past the original trilogy ready. And then they started implementing all of the fan fiction, and now it's just this jumbled mess of everything tried to weave together. And it just doesn't work. Like, you can so see that everything is retconned, that nothing of this is intended, and they're really forcing it. It's just so plain obvious. I think that's the biggest problem, and that would have been under Disney or Lucas himself. I don't think there's anything in that regard that would have been better nowadays without Disney being involved. I don't know, Alaki. Yeah, corn. And yes, vampire crabs. But still, I don't have a good enough like idea of what George Lucas actually stands for nowadays. The couple of things that I've seen of him, he felt very, very full of himself and his own ideas. And I think that was during the time of the sequel, like prequels, I suppose. Episodes 1, 1, 2, 3, which is probably, that was probably him just being very defensive because everybody was really ripping him apart. It's likely not a good sample to judge his character and his persona. It's just not, I'm not interested enough to even look into it. It's not my series. I love the originals, but I also don't get these like super hype about them. They're good. They're good for the 80s. Definitely groundbreaking certain areas. But there are no Alien 2, for example. There are no Terminator 2. They're not on the same stage as the more iconic like pieces of cinema, I would say. That's probably a hot take. That is interesting, Vampire Crafts. That's interesting that was even possible back in the 80s, that they let her do that. Okay, no more caring about how I do my save states. Nope, haven't started recording. It's gonna be fine. This is not the run, surely. I wouldn't say Alien 3 was doo-doo, but I would say it switched the idea of what the Alien movies were up to that point. It made it more into a more slasher-like. Like it's very much like a lot of modern B-movies, where you have a group of people and they just get picked up by the big baddie one after the other. And Alien and Aliens weren't really about that, but more about the suspense. I mean, technically it's also a way of suspense, but there's like constant payoff in Alien 3. Like very regularly. Whoops. Now I can start my recording. Whereas the other ones were just mostly suspense and then one big payoff. That is correct, ATC, but again, I don't know how to... I definitely think they wanted to recreate the atmosphere of 1 in 3, but the setting was just so different. The characters were... I think that's probably what makes me think that the most. The characters were just so exchangeable in 3. From the get-go, like you knew right away, okay, we're getting introduced to all of those characters at the same time, and okay, this is our team here, and you already know, okay, none of them will make it to the end. Like you get the idea of okay, they're gonna... Everybody's gonna die. These are just little plot elements. They're not actual characters. And that's what is missing in 3 the most. You could argue that Ripley is the only character that matters in all of them anyway. But it's just, you feel it right away in 3. You shouldn't even care getting to know anybody. They're just there to be used up. In Alien 1, like, nothing was established. Like, that was something really fresh. The idea of that setting was just different. It's just a very proper horror suspense movie in a science fiction setting at the same time. Which just made it stand out. The setting was so new. So you didn't have any preconceptions. Not that the other movies can do anything about that. They just came later, that's how it is. Most of the time it's unfair to compare them. Yeah. But again, compared it with what I said earlier, I've only watched Alien 3 a single time. I do still remember it somewhat okay. Not that I could... Like, I remember the ideas, I remember the opinions that I had, but I don't remember the actual movie specifics. If that makes sense. So it's a very volatile memory that I have there. Oops. Whereas Alien 2 I did see several times. Maybe 3, 4 times. Which is a lot for me. More than twice, and you can safely assume that it's probably one of my favorite movies. Hi, Sarah. Yeah, I doubt that I've even seen the director's cut. Pretty sure I just watched what was on TV. So I haven't even seen the original. I've seen the German version of Alien 3. Which nowadays I just wouldn't do at all anymore. I hate watching German dubs. Whenever I see... like I don't usually watch TV or like official media. So I don't even get exposed to most advertisements and most trailers. And I definitely don't get exposed to the German dubs. But recently I watched the most recent season of The Boys. And you cannot get around. Like, if I watch it on Amazon Prime, and there I cannot get around getting exposed to the German ads. And every time I see that, it's so jarring. Like, it's like, first of all, the voices don't fit the actors. Doesn't work anymore. I think back in the day, you had those voices that just fit, like the Bruce Willis, Tommy Lee Jones voice. Those iconic ones. But I don't know, nowadays they overact. They always sound like they're in a container, removed from the actual action. They don't do the mixing well. It's always so jarring. So when I look at that now and think that I watched so many movies back in my day only in the German version, I am very sure that I'm missing out on some of the original experience. It's exactly ATC. It's things like that just, first of all, pull you out. And he has such a recognizable voice actor. Like, the guy did everything. Tommy Lee Jones, Bruce Willis are the two big ones, I think. He's also the guy who made the, I think, Hornbach, Home Improvement tool hardware store voice. I think that was him as well. Yeah. And you have those different correlations, whereas with the original, you have the original correlation, and you cannot just change that, and that's going to be more authentic. And that's going to be more well mixed, because sometimes the shots are not like post produced, and you have the actual intention of the director, which you probably never have. Like you have to just remember, or like picture what a dub actually means to the overall product. You have that is ridiculous, ATC. I didn't know that. But you have the movie shooting, right, with the director on set. Everybody is there shooting the scenes, and if the actor delivers a line in a way that the director doesn't really like, let's assume the director makes the movie good, puts it together nicely in the end, and has an idea from the get-go. You don't have that in the dub at all. Like, they just read their lines by their own standards. They probably have a director there as well for the dub, but that's not going to be the original director. That's not going to necessarily fit the original intentions. So scenes can really lose a lot of impact. So I am very much against the very concept of a dub. It's just everybody, like nowadays, everybody speaks English in Germany. Whoever doesn't, it's probably their own fault. If the movies were all in original language, they probably would speak better English. Like, let's look at it from that side. Maybe the silly German dubbing industry is just holding back the English abilities of Germans. I've seen the German version of Life of Brian. I have not seen the entire English version, I believe. But I've seen lots of scenes in original. I can see where you're coming from. But I would probably even... It's maybe a little bit of nostalgia for you there. You're sleazy. And yes, it's usually disconnected. Sometimes it's funny. Der Untergang, I believe, was the one, the big German movie. With Bruno Ganz about the end of the Third Reich in 1945. I think the German actors actually dubbed themselves. Like, the filming was done in English, I believe. I think it was that movie. And then they dubbed over themselves, and even that is absolutely jarring. Yu Yu Hakusho, I don't know that one. I know that there's the funny, is it Japanese ghost stories, or I think it's that one, where the English dubbing team knew that they wouldn't get paid because there was some mix-up with the licensing and the studio was shitty. So they had their gig planned, and they knew that they wouldn't get recompensed, and they just did the worst, or like the funniest job, I guess, that they could, instead of doing or producing a proper translation, a proper dub. So nothing they say actually fits to the scenes, that they dub. They just are trying to be silly throughout the entire thing. I have heard about it. I'm not sure if that is true, ATC, but I have heard that story about Schwarzenegger. I'm not sure how likely it is that he would actually have asked for that at that stage of his career. That's where my doubt comes from. Yes. I mean, there's no doubt about his acting quality, especially in his early roles like Sinbad and Conan. He did pretty well in Terminator for what his role entailed. But they also kept it minimalistic. Probably for a reason. Yeah, I think the way they used him in Terminator 2. In Terminator 1, he's really just the menacing-looking machine that doesn't even say much. It's part of the creepiness of the character. But in Terminator 2, when he actually does some acting, when he is developing a personality, I think they used the time that they had wisely. Of still not giving him like long talking scenes. But every time he talks, it's withdrawn. And some cheesy one-liners, of course. But it's never a proper dialogue. Probably true, ATC. Ooh. Lowest pixel. Second lowest pixel. Okay, good enough. Hey, Wario. Not getting this jump anymore. Probably gonna lose sometime again. Classic time loss plus the 1 from missing the jump. I did try to do my jumps a little lower at the end and walk a little bit before doing the second to last jump. Didn't help. But I also wouldn't say Arnold Schwarzenegger is particularly smart. I've seen him in some more casual YouTube videos, like with Eddie Hall, in a more casual setting. It's not like he's a genius or anything. He's also spent his entire life in a certain bubble. So you wouldn't necessarily think that he has seen a lot of the actual world. Which vastly limits the scope of what you can even judge of the world. Dang corn. I think that goes without saying, that there's no such thing as national bias towards intelligence. I hope if I can make any point clear in this channel, it's that those kinds of stereotypes are never true. But stereotypes in general, when it comes to humans. And arbitrary, mostly arbitrary distinctions like nations, nationalities, that they should not be grounds for anything, for any statement whatsoever. You can say, oh, most Germans live in Germany. I'm okay with that. That's factually true. That's a good stereotype. Goes beyond that. It's probably not doesn't have a good foundation, most likely. Plop. Yo, ATC, that's the joke from the other day. What was that again? It was about different countries, which shows funny country joke. I think it was Denmark and Netherlands, yeah. He's not dead. Again. Ah! I've had like 2 or 3 streams where I did get nothing but 1 cycles, but since then it's been going very poorly. Timing was good. I saw that immediately and I didn't even try to turn around. It's just saying. My subconscious didn't like that run. Who is Will Rogers? No idea. What happened there? I jumped too high. The fire flower takes a couple of frames to actually be grabbable, and if you're too far right, you just cannot. Which I saw immediately, but I didn't react at all. Truly. I think I wouldn't even choose a pipe. Not using the original Twitch chat anywhere in my layout. No pink. Dearbot. Exactly right. Out of nowhere. Yeah, I have disabled most of the channel point rewards. Just because they don't really add that much these days. I want to re-implement them with the big Dearbot rewrite, which maybe I will have time at ESA. But who am I kidding? If anything, I shouldn't have time there, right? Have I not told all of the stories about the GDR already? I was too young to have many stories. Okay, I do see those. I do see the disagreeing and the agreeing. So maybe I would see anything else as well. Oh, I even see them in chatty as well. So forget what I said about not being able because no original Twitch interface. Now just hold on to your points, there will be interactivity. I just want to do it right. Like back in the day I had... It's something that I'm going to bring back as well. I had the book reviews where you could spend your points and ask me to review either a very specific book in the background, like in the shelf behind me, Or let me choose one at random. I did that for a couple of years. And choosing pipe was always a classic one. But it also eats up a little bit of time. Oh yeah, you can customize emotes, of course. Yeah. Or get access without subbing. Oopsie. Yeah, changing color palettes is something I'm not gonna bring back. I had that at some point. Maybe for a specific stream, but not for speedruns. My family did have a Trabant. Interestingly enough, not the Trabant 601, but the previous model, the 503, I think? Or 501? You rarely saw those. It was a... what would you call that in English? It's what you would call a Kombi in German. Look at the distinction. I think it was also two-stroke. But I'm actually not sure about the engine. The outside look was very different. A microscope stream is... I would need a good incentive to do that. Like something specific. Instead of just going over some old specimens that I still have. Like something topical. Oops. I usually read something during that jump, so if I don't get the jump, you know what's up. Actually, usually don't even notice that I use jumps for reading fragments of chat. I think getting a new car was one of the first things my dad did. After the reunification, we very quickly switched from the old Trabi, which I think my dad actually traded in the Trabi for the new car, plus paying extra. And the new car was a golden Opel Ascona. It was kind of cool at the time, I have to admit. But at the same time, it was an Opel Ascona. We had that for quite a while. Oh, it sure felt like an upgrade. But I can't specifically remember that much of riding in the old Trabi. I still distinctly remember how it looked. Like I have a picture of it in my mind. It's just standing there in the garage. And it had a memorable design. It was yellow with a brown side stripe. Like multicolored cars were not common in East Germany, so having the side stripe kind of stood out. Oh, where'd he go? Oh, of course I remember the sound. We still have Trabis here. You can immediately recognize them when they come from behind. You don't need to see them. I saw one just last Wednesday. White corn, what metal looks thin? The Trabi? There's no metal in a Trabi. At least not in the chassis. All cardboard. Not kidding. The common name of the Trabi in Germany, or in East Germany, was Pappe, which is the German word for cardboard. It's literally what it was made out of. Pressed cardboard. Second moon mistake today. In German, you would call a moon a Trabant, by the way. That's where the word comes from. Topical level. My best friend's first car was a Trabant as well. Like he inherited the old Trabi. So when I was 16 years old, he's 2 years older than me, we would ride around in his Trabi. Yeah, again, Jonas, the paper part is not a joke. That is factual. But yeah, the Trabis that you see around here nowadays, they usually have exemptions, because normally you wouldn't be able to be allowed to have those kinds of engines anymore, just because of how dirty they are. But then again, it's a two-stroke. It doesn't use up that much. I don't know what exactly the exemptions look like. A lot of them also have modern motors. It's usually the ones that you see outside of East Germany. They just have complete overhauls on the inside. But the ones I see around here, they are mostly in their original state. Usually seasonal licenses. Which might be one of those restrictions. And yes, it sometimes did take up to 10 years to get a car after applying at the government for couldn't just buy one. There was no such thing as a free market in East Germany. Better. I think around here it's just still part of some of the nostalgic people just are a little bit backwards around here. I think having troppies around is a side effect that is not a terrible one, but at the same time the people who keep that alive probably usually are not the kind of people I would associate with normally. Probably some AfD voters among them. Like there are people here who legitimately want the old system back, who will tell you honestly that back in the day everything was better. I don't know what to tell them. Nowadays, most of those people refer to the GDR. My grandpa on my mom's side, he would refer to Hitler. There are two distinct memories that I have of my grandfather, who died somewhat early when I was like 5 or so. But what I remember of him was that he would either be at the back of the house, looking out of the kitchen window and smoking all day, or sitting in front of his old radio, listening to, well, either just normal radio programs or sometimes old recorded cassettes of Hitler's speeches. He was definitely one of those who never moved on. Bonk. It's easy. Don't even try. Don't even try to make that funny. No, the atmosphere is not dark, I believe. I could have ended with the story about him, just like, could have turned the two pieces around. And then ended with, and yes, way later. He of course died of several cancers. Probably influenced by his heavy smoking. That would have been better, right? Wouldn't have been as dark. Yeah, I don't remember much of him, but I definitely know that that generation of Germans existed, and probably doesn't exist that much anymore. Most of those people have died by now. And I just can hope that most of the people who still look favorably upon the East German days will also just eventually fade out of relevance. It's happening, but we're not quite there yet. They are a big part of why, particularly in Germany, the right-wing movements are so successful. Because while those generations are not active anymore in politics, they are still high in number. So the people pandering towards that demographic are successful. Yeah, I think we talked about the whys a couple of times. It's people for some reason either long for something like exceptionalism, wanting to feel a little bit more special than your neighbor or somebody else, or it's just this, like, what's the best way to phrase it? Like this focus on a... I guess it's like Frank Herbert makes it a topic very nicely in the Dune series. Having this longing for a strong leader that takes away your own sorrows and your own responsibilities. That is what causes a lot of these weird political situations that we face in all kinds of different countries nowadays. This is surprisingly big, like not even people that would say that about themselves sometimes still have those tendencies. Where they just get fired up by a charismatic personality. Like the ATC. Ah. That was very, very laggy. Was even laggier than usual. But I'm not feeling very healthy, I have to say. A little bit... Can't even find words. A little bit compromised right now, I think. I need the autopilot to help me. I drank it just before the stream. I drink it about every 6 hours, like as it is intended. Umkaluabo. The funniest thing was actually having to pronounce it for the first time in my life in the pharmacy. Like you read about it, you do this and that, and then suddenly you are being made aware. Oh wait, I actually have to pronounce this to make myself understood. So I let in with the sentence, dear pharmacist. I didn't say that, but when I went to the counter, I said, oh, let me collect myself. I have to pronounce this correctly now. And I slowly pronounced it. Do you have this? Yeah, I was hesitant when ATC brought it up first, but I did do my research. And it's been found to have antiviral properties in pretty much every blind study that they've done with it. Definitely not a placebo or anything. But still, it's ridiculously expensive. The 20 drops that I got, the 20 drops, the 20 milliliters, it's the smallest package that you can get. Costs €9.90. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, always Google Scholar when it comes to something like this. It's been very widely researched. There are at least 100 studies and some summary studies. I think the one summary study that I looked up was from 2021. That one was more particularly towards using it in children, but it had all of the previous bigger studies summarized. Yumi. How do you think I'm doing, ATC, with my pronunciation? Umkaluabo. Umkaluabo. Actually, I have no idea how the C is supposed, or if the C is supposed to be pronounced. Ah, did it so well. I think my brain was too focused on Umkaluabo. Google Scholar is very powerful, and I just hope it doesn't get infiltrated by what is already happening a little bit, by fake articles. Fake being both AI-generated ones as well as articles injected by very non-official publications. Because, for example, sometimes you have institutes, like mostly in the US, and in Brazil are some of them, that get founded specifically as an outlet to push their propaganda on a certain topic. Like we had this topic when we were talking about talent before. If you were here for that, then you might remember. Like the psychological aspect of talent, the genetic aspect of talent. Those have been widely found to be... Like they have found talent, the innate ability to do something, to be practically irrelevant in a practical context. But of course, there's a lot of money in talent finding, making entire talent agencies. So of course, in that regard, you need something to back that up, that claim that your basis for that is valid in the first place. So there are a couple of talent institutes, universities in the US and elsewhere that then give out special grants to people who write articles in their favor. And Google is not always able. It's usually not able. Like it comes down to cross-comparison. It's not able to properly sort them out. And if you land on the wrong article and think, oh, I found it in Google Scholar, it must be legit. It's not safe. It's not how it works. Still have to always check your sources. Where is the publication from? Is it a big publication? Is it peer-reviewed? I mean, most savants are what you would call as just Asperger's, autism spectrum-related people. There's a condition, but that's not what people usually mean by talent. And what I said about talent being irrelevant doesn't mean that there's no precondition that favors creativity or that favors productivity. Those exist undoubtedly, but it's not that you can funnel those or easily find those. And people who have a physical precondition for that, they can have so many other side conditions that neutralize everything pretty much. So the effective goal of those institutes that I was talking about, to find those certain people through all kinds of weird means, it's not that easy. That's my point. It's not that easy. You can't just say, oh, that person is predisposed to have a certain success in this field. It usually doesn't work that way. Jubaloo. Fingers are okay, but my head is still a little bit fuzzy. Not entirely healthy, I think. I think I'm just breeding a light sinusitis. Just hope it doesn't get too bad. the real life reality. It's a nice tautology. The reality is usually that the social aspects, as well as just chance sometimes, are the bigger essential factors in good performance in any field, actually breaking through. And in many cases, it's like you don't have a general baseline or general maximum line usually, so you don't really know what the actual level would be, where your threshold of talent would be. That's all very arbitrary. And in many cases, a lot of practice is enough to get over what you would probably define that threshold as. And in the real world, the people who end up beyond that threshold in any given field are comprised of all kinds of different predispositions. Some had it easier in life to get there, some had to do a lot of practice, but that again, being able and willing to put in that amount of practice is part of this whole package itself. If somebody is super predisposed to be good in a certain field, but at the same time lacks the ability to put in the effort to get there, what is that worth in reality? Like, you can be as talented as you want. If you don't have a couple of other factors at the same time, it won't amount to anything. And that's what most of those studies should be focused on, to get to the actual results and the steps to get there. Yeah, ATC, that's one of those examples. If you practice something long enough, you might still, like, what you can say is there might be thousands of people out there who are either mentally or physically or whatever, who would have it easier to get to the exact same level in that particular skill, but who either just don't get the exposure to the topic in the first place, who never even consider it because it's so niche. Like all of those social factors. And in the end, what counts is, do you do it or don't? Or don't you do it? Like, it's something that doesn't need that level of like professional framework and money around it. Or sometimes I find it weird. Like, we have the Euros in football going on in Germany right now, right? Football is another weird topic when it comes to talent or ability. Because if you look at a lot of the world's best football players, some of them can barely play football by the definition that I would have had as a young man, and that still shapes my opinion about what football is. No, that the people who get successful in football are a mixture of people having a lot of stamina, having the right physical measurements, different kinds of combinations thereof. The one big thing that you have to be able to do in football is run 12 kilometers in 90 minutes, while starting and stopping all the time, and occasionally touching the ball and getting it to the next player. But ball handling and those things is something that are not the focus in modern football. That's when you have those so-called talents again, or like special talents in football, which are people who can do the most basic things that every kid in my day that liked to play football could do. like place the ball in a certain part of the goal. This should be trivial, right? But there are people in national teams who cannot aim a ball when shooting. It's not their job. They're supposed to run. They're supposed to tackle away their opponents. But if you tell them put the ball 10 centimeters next to the goalpost, 1 meter high, they just can't do it. It's not something that is in their everyday life. Hey, Rainbow Ride. And it's always funny to see how, I mean, of course, nerfs are also a problem. I excuse the factor of nerfs anytime, any day. But if you see penalty shootings, it's sometimes absolutely ridiculously how bad those people who get paid millions to do their job, that's a different topic though, but how bad they are at doing the most basic thing in the game, which is to shoot a football. They can't even get them close to where it should go. It is absolutely laughable. $80 football sounds somewhat normal. If you want to have something from a brand. Moin moin, Ben. Not Ben. We had real Ben. We have real Ben there. It's probably a bit of a hot take, but also not. Like you have here's my very basic what's it? This is my wallet. This is a football goal right now. It's a little bit too tall, should be wider. But this is a football goal. This is the goalie. No. Terrible example. What am I using? Just have to pay attention to not show the other side because it has my name on it. This is a football goal. This is the goalie in the middle. The goalie has physical restraints, right? He's a human. He can't just jump up there or up there. So as a penalty shooter, as long as you shoot anywhere in this area or anywhere in this area up here, the goalie has no chance against you. Every shot will go in, no exception. It's absolutely free. You don't have to go exactly next to the goal. You have to just go in the general area here. Like I was trying to keep count of this year's penalties from what I saw. I think 2 out of 20 have gone in that area. Like they don't even. I don't know if it's a pride thing sometimes that they don't want to do that, but instead want to make the goalie look stupid by acting extra cool. But if you would shoot just there, doesn't even matter how hard, every shot would go in. Absolutely no exceptions. I guarantee it. Those people don't do it. I do not understand it. And it's so easy. Like, so freaking easy. Everybody can do it. Like I was playing football when I was a child. We were doing like goal wall shooting stuff, trying to be exact. It's not hard. It's really not hard. There's this big German football show. Don't know if it still exists. Probably does. But it has this one segment where I think someone from the audience and a professional, or just a professional. I think it's one against the other. I'm not watching TV, but I know of its existence. It's the Torwand, the goal wall, which has 2 holes, one in the top left corner, one in the bottom right corner. And they're just supposed to aim for that. Most people can do it just fine. Professional players in official football matches. No shot, apparently. I don't get it. Jonas, because I cannot run 12 kilometers over the course of 90 minutes with starting and stopping. That was my point. The people in football are not the ones who can play football the best, but who can run. Well, in that regard, they can play football the best, I guess. But football is not about how to handle a football. Yes, Jonas. Football fields are usually the same size. Just run every... If I didn't have this condition that I had this big hole in my chest here that would rob me of 30% of my lung volume, I would actually be much better in endurance sports. Alas, I do have that condition, so I can't. Unlucky. Well, I did practice to get better at it, ATC, but still. A hole, yeah. I mean, it's not a hole, but it's like a very clear indentation. It is. I always forget the scientific name. Like thorax cavernosum infundibule or something like that. It's called a funnel chest or funnel thorax. Basically, so it happens when you... Usually happens right before or around where your sternum would usually start ossifying. And that just is delayed or never happens really. And it's a genetic condition that the sternum just doesn't ossify. So it stays cartilage. And then when you grow and when your muscles and like everything gets stronger, your diaphragm starts pulling in the non-ossified sternum. And that's how the condition appears or also finalizes at some point. At some point, the sternum will ossify when you get older and older. And then it can't be changed anymore. The orthopedician in my childhood days recommended a lot of swimming, but that didn't really change anything. There are very intensive surgeries to get rid of the condition that involve placing a metal frame inside of your chest to push out the sternum and then leave it in there until the sternum eventually ossifies. Like ossifies just means it turns into bone. Yes, Sleazy. I was somewhat embarrassed of the condition when I was in my teens. I wouldn't want to go to public swimming pools. I would avoid swimming in school sports. It definitely has a mental aspect to it. I can attest to that. The thing is, I was still like self-confident enough in other regards that I wouldn't let it like pull me down that much. I had other aspects of my personality that were strong enough. So again, practice, ATC. My lung goes all the way down. Like it actually pushes part of my diaphragm of my the diaphragm, the thing in my. It separates the chest cavity from the stomach cavity. It pushes that way down at the end, at the lower end. My lungs go further down than they usually would, just because I was using them a lot, so they grew where they needed to grow. Also, my heart is kind of pushed outwards by this condition, so the lung also has to go somewhere else. In some aspects, my organs are a little bit jumbled up because of this condition. They had to find, well, cavities where there was space. Yeah, doctors are always fascinated when I end up in a hospital at some point. I remember when I had my bike accident with my shoulder injury. Like there's this like every morning, right? The doctor comes around with students, and they're doing the room by room routine thingy, and they specifically asked me if they could come back later with some more medicine students to have a look at my chest, because it's not something like I have a pretty severe condition. A lot of people have it, but not as severe as I. And they actually would come back later around noon to have a look for that the first times in their lives. There's an incidence of like 1 in 40,000 overall. Visite in German, yeah, it's a word. Pretty sure it's not the same in English. I very briefly felt like that ATC, but in the end, like, it's for science. Like, where else would they get the knowledge if not for that? I had doctors look at me dumbfounded and say, "Whoa, how can you be okay?" Doctors, right? And it's interesting. Like most know of the condition from their studying, but even actual practicing doctors, not all of them have even seen the condition. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I've met a couple of people, like just as I'm telling this right here, I had a couple of people back in other streams speak up. Yeah, I have a similar condition, which in my normal everyday life, I have never met anyone else with it. Not even light condition. On Twitch, yes, I've met, I know of one person, but I'm not gonna out them again. But people like this are obviously out there, but it's usually, I think it's also more common in women than in men. I think the incidence is like 60-40 in the direction of women. In which case it might even be a little like there might even be more shame involved at that point. And shame and embarrassment is just an awkward, a bad factor. Good arrow. Yeah, apparently there's also I forgot the word. A cartilage condition running through my family. My brother and his daughter have it. It pretty much just means that I think the bony tissue just under your cartilage is a little bit more likely to get necrosis. And then the cartilage just loses the foundation, and your joints, mostly knee joints, hip joints, just develop an arthrosis. And apparently, my brother played volleyball for longer than I did. I stopped like 12 years ago. So maybe it would have manifested at some point in me. But my brother took it a little bit further. He also overdid it in practice, and eventually he ended up having knee surgery. And then or before, my niece, his daughter, was also diagnosed with the same condition. And then they found out, yeah, it's a genetic thing. runs in the family, so I might even have it. I might have gotten lucky and don't have it. But or maybe it just manifested differently in me. Maybe I got it with my funnel chest, and that's a completely different condition. Ah. Oops. Yeah, fake ban, that's something that one often hears from, not just from not medicine students, but also from them themselves. That it favors that bulimic way of learning things. A lot of it in, and then the day after the exam, it's all gone. Yeah, that's also something I have been experiencing throughout my life, Sleazy. Often, like, it's very common. It's more common in dentists, I feel, than in actual like family doctors. That it's a family tradition to have 1 or 2 doctors in a specific field. I gotta say, during my biology studies, it wasn't that bad in terms of how it was structured. I was one of the first years, or like generations, that had the bachelor studies in biology. I think there had been 2 before me. And it was structured somewhat nicely. We had a lot of practicals, quite a few excursions. It was always separated in theoretic and practical learning. So you had that one aspect where you had your normal lectures, but then at the same time you had a longer practical in the lab or in the like microscope, can't say the word right now. Labo, the microscopy lab, where you would experience what you were learning or do dissections and stuff like that. So it wasn't just about learn, exam, learn the next thing, but the topical blocks were organized somewhat nicely. I liked it. I mean, in psychology, I don't know how it was. Like, it's the same in Leipzig, at least, where I studied. It's the same faculty. It's the faculty for nature sciences and psychology. But I never had any overlap with the psychologists. Leipzig. Yeah, I can only speak from my own experience that I thought my studies were structured well, with some exceptions. I've complained about this in the past. We had those so-called key qualifications that we had to take in the 5th and 6th semester. Oops, wrong split. Where you had to choose something that is completely different from what you were studying, for the sole purpose of not disregarding a more wholesome or a more holistic style, I guess. But it didn't really make sense. It was disjointed felt forced. No, it was called Schlüsselqualifikation. Very specific thing. So I was studying biology, so I was not allowed to choose something of any adjacent field. I couldn't have chosen anything from medicine, I couldn't have chosen anything from chemistry. I had to choose from informatics or economics or philosophy. Something like that. Marketing. Oh, I would have puked. I mean, I also puked. I had to choose because it was first come, first get. And I was a little bit too late for all of the ones that I would have wanted to get into. Like photography was one. There was one photography. I would have loved doing that. I had to do theoretical economics, which was the driest. Like, it's not for me in general. I'm not an economics guy. I despise most of the things that go on in economics. For example, marketing. And that was a 2-semester course, which was also kind of stupid. Some only went on for 1 semester. For some reason that one was planned for 2 semesters. And the professors in that were serious. Like they didn't see it as a key qualification, as something that people just had to do to be there. They really wanted to get their point across and make proper economists out of us. Which didn't make any sense. So they were very strict, and the exams were very difficult. The first part was interesting, which was just the classic historical origins of economics. Like Old Greek until early 20th century. Those things were interesting. All of the theoretical underlining, but then it just got into models and like proper economic modeling and all of the things that you would have to do if you were to develop economic models nowadays. And factoring in all of those ancient things at the same time, learning from that experience. It was too deep for what it should have been. Way too deep. Also, we had 2 professors, and they were a married couple. So the entire dynamic in that was just weird, because they kept playing the ball between each other. And again, were super serious about what they were teaching, which is nice in general, if you are studying economics. But if you're just there because you have to be there, then you don't need that. And they didn't understand that aspect. Like, they were just fixed to their own topic, incapable of grasping the situation. I'm pretty sure I failed the first exam. I think it was on the same day as another one. That was the next bad. Like I said earlier, that it was nicely organized, but sometimes with those key qualifications, you had overlaps in exams. So either you did both of them on the same day, Or you just decided to kind of skip out of one of them. Even if it was one day, I think it was one day apart, but I just... It's too much in that case. Biological economics is different. If I had been interested in the topic, I would have just gotten through the exam well enough, but I really had to force myself to go there in the first place. Like that I was doing more economics hours a week than I was in my main subject. That is not an exaggeration. And that situation should not ever have been happening that way. Saved it, but I didn't get the fast run off of the platform. And where to do 2 of those key qualifications, by the way, not just the one. My other one was much better, though. The other one was informatics. I was very lucky to get into. And that one was proper. Like that, the professor was super chill, and we weren't learning programming or anything serious. He told us how to turn on a computer, what a CPU is, what RAM is. Like really the basics of IT. Which I suppose is really the scope that those key qualifications should have. They should not try to qualify you in the field. They should give you a proper overview and not more than that. Okay, these are snack a lot. I would say good evening at 1. I feel like evening right now. Oh, I would have loved physical education, but I don't remember that even being an option in the key qualifications. That was my one extracurricular. Like my curriculum itself was super tight. I didn't have time to do anything else. But I had this one extracurricular in the evening, which was just university volleyball. But I only did that until I found like my own team, pretty much. I did end up playing for a local team in Leipzig. And at that point it would have been too much to have the uni volleyball at the same time. Again, it's a single frame too early. I wasn't even trying to go early. It's the annoying part. You gotta be kidding me. Welp, this run is probably not coming back. Another second at the least. That is true, ATC. But not easy. Like, without that mistake, it would have just been good witch, and I would have been good. Good witch, normal ending. Now I actually have to play well. It's disgusting. Hey, ain't boss. Thank you for the bits. Just saw them. Thank you very much. Oh, we have a good witch. For my food in Sweden. Yes, I will need that. Good map, please. It's good enough. Better than my average. I think we are over 100 witch fights in that statistic now. Ah, worst kind of ending. And slow. Can't pull ahead anymore in this level, that is. But I can still do good enough to get very close. And not anymore. I don't know if you could notice, but there was a lot of lag that I was not expecting after getting the Koopa shell to drop below. I should have been ready, but I was not. It's like a 50-50. That's just how Game Boy games are. It's mostly consistent, but some places you can't really predict. And it's only a difference of like 3 or 4 frames of lag. It's not crazy if you just look at the numbers. But since I have to do a super jump there, it's very relevant frames. That is just unlucky. I only was made aware of that this stream, Dell. I hadn't even noticed myself. And I don't know the answer. Maybe it's just the way I wrote my cables. Maybe I'm crossing the wrong cable somewhere, so I have to redo my cabling. Or maybe one of my cables itself is going bad. Who knows? But if you say recently, it must have been there, not just today. Yeah. Broke the old Ghostbusters rule. Yeah. I completely phased it out, actually. Until you brought it up, I had already forgotten about it again. And now I notice it. Because it's not just on the capture, it's also on my TV. It's the exact same. I'm seeing the exact same thing that you're seeing. How long are my cables? They're not very long. Nah, Jonas. Anything that actively influences the run, I don't think I want to put that in my... maybe in a different category, but for this one right now, I'm feeling okay in my comfort zone right now. I don't want to play around. Maybe at some point, if... let's say I don't get a new PB in the next 2 months, then I might feel like I have to change up something. The microwave is currently off. Hey, Swift. I remember having this problem in the past, and I think just replugging everything helped. Maybe it's the new headset that is That cable could be crossing the new VR headset. I can just unplug that. And we can see if that does something. But I'm also hearing a slight static noise. That is something that I noticed. There's this small amount of static noise that was not there a couple of weeks ago at the very least. Oops. Let me unplug. It's this one. Okay. The headset has been unplugged. I think that was really it. Or is the static noise? This might have actually been it. Let's see if the it's hard to tell with the dark background. The lines are still there. 3 days. That could be in line with the VR headset. Yeah, it's impossible to tell now. Like both with the background music and the dark background. But I think the background noise is gone. I mean, it would only make sense. It was the only new device that I plugged in within the last week. But yeah, those cables were definitely crossing. I did not even hit my buttons right. I think I'm looking at the bright stuff. I don't think the thing is... I think it worked. I think this fixes the problem. Yeah, the static noise is gone. It's entirely gone. And I don't see the lines. Okay. Problem fixed. Yeah. What happens if I plug it back in? The thing is, I had the cable plugged in before, but now it's on a different headset. Actually, no, the cables were not crossing. Cables were not crossing at all. Is it really just the device itself being plugged in? It is. Static immediately came back. For a second, and now it's... I could hear the static, then I could hear the headset turning on, and then it turned off again. So it's good now. Lines are also not there, I think. Even though it is plugged in. But it definitely has an effect, so I'm going to leave it unplugged. It's probably not even the headset itself. It's just one of those problems that you sometimes get with Windows and peripherals. Like I remember having, what was the last time when I had the issue? Something was plugged in that gave me the blue screens, right? It was the old USB hub. So it's just one of those cases. Get one or two more runs. Good to know, though. Yeah. If in doubt, like it's a good reminder. If in doubt, just unplug all of your peripherals. It's actually okay for missing that one jelly jumps completely. Oh, it's too fast. A lot of lag there at the end. Ah. Still broke even. Hey, that should have been a little less laggy. Let's see. Little lower first jump, and then I didn't jump immediately after shooting the first Paragoomba, but walked a little bit. Nope, that's also not it. Needs proper investigating. Yeah. Just don't want to spend like an entire hour on it. But maybe I should. Usually common. I'm mostly grunting at myself because I'm not doing the backup there. I should always do 2 inputs, one timed one and the other one for backup. I have become a little bit too complacent, because I have been getting the first input very consistently for everywhere on the map. I don't know why that shot missed. Oh well, didn't come out in time. I jumped early enough. That particular mistake there, getting hit there, costs about a full second, so it's something that I will usually reset. That death is frame perfect. And I shouldn't get so close to the pipe in the first place. Let me see if I can reproduce the glitch tiles at the end of the level. I looked at my recording again. It's a different setup than I thought it was. So what I have to do here is jump, 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 jump. Ah. Maybe the jump height on the one after the plant in the middle pipe matters. Hey, squirrel. Ooh. Like on those first 2 map segments there, I always will only do 1 single input. And I'm like 99% consistent, but maybe I shouldn't be completely disregarding the possibility of failure. just a better overall haptic habit. Not haptic, habit. To always press twice. I guess runs are not terrible, they're very comparable to the last couple of streams. I'm getting out of macro zone 2-3-ish seconds behind. Then I save a little bit of time, and then I lose a little bit of time, and in the end the run just dies somewhere in Turtle or Mario zone. That's the last couple of streams in a nutshell. Hey Berlin Dude. I mean, not Berlin Dude anymore. It is a haptic habit, yeah. Yo, no way. Now I feel silly. Well played. That lag reduction was perfect. Then I messed that up. I cannot put together a perfect tree zone. Or even a decent tree zone. That's a long vacation. I will be in Berlin for a couple of hours. Actually for more hours than I had planned to, because of bus connections, on July the 19th. But probably only at the airport. Don't think I have enough time to go anywhere else. Yeah. I can see that argument about hot summers in the south. Thank you, thank you. I will just plonk myself somewhere and read. Most likely. Like there's this vast space in front of the Berlin-Brandenburg airport, in front of the main gate, or like main entrance, where you can very easily find a place in the shade somewhere. More feasting on crows, yes. I will definitely have to bring the next book as well, though. Because I think on the travel alone, I will probably get through most of the rest of the book. Yeah, you hate those winter interventions in January. Generally in the original written language. If it was a German author, I would read it in German. Always subs. We had that topic earlier, actually. How specifically modern German dubs of TV shows just sound absolutely awful, and at the same time that the general issue of dubs being that they are their own product and not necessarily in line with the director's initial idea. Like if you've watched a movie only in its dubbed version, have you actually watched the movie? Have you actually experienced the product? Or is it just its own thing? I very much think that it changes too much. Hey, Daft Bunny. I have some old Nietzsche back there. I think it's mostly a compendium of... What even is it that I have? Don't quite remember. Not the classic works of the authors. I have some Schopenhauer, some Nietzsche. To look it up. I have to focus a little bit harder than usual. Hey, what Nietzsche and Schopenhauer do I have back there? Be right back. Stay here. Actually, proper books, not compendiums. Hardcore Schopenhauer, die Kunst Recht zu behalten. I don't think I've read this one, actually. And The Antichrist, der Antichrist by Nietzsche. I remember reading this one, I don't remember too much from it. Like I think the title is pretty on the nose. Yeah, subtitle or watching things with subtitles it's a learning curve for sure. But I think after a while you are able to both take in like the emotions of the actors delivering their original lines as well as getting the meaning from the subtitles. I think that doesn't take too much time. It depends on how much text there is, of course, and how fast. Nietzsche is very straightforward and very, very on the nose with most of his opinions. A little bit, like especially in his later writings, he gets a little like bitter and frustrated. At least that's the feeling that I'm getting. Oops. I've always tried to not take the big German philosophers too seriously. Obfuscate through waffling. I like that expression. I wanted to make the glitch appear. I mean, as a language learning approach, I think subtitles are a good way, yeah. I don't know if it can be seen in a negative way at the same time, that it like draws your mind away. I think it's mostly a positive thing. Oh, that sounds nice, Berlin dude, not? I hope you have all the paperwork to get around that, because that doesn't sound right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure, Fake Ben. It's usually best to like think about your biases in one topic when you're not actually like talking or are invested in that topic at the same time. Just take yourself out of the context a little bit. Maybe it's easier at that point. And even then, some biases are just inherent to how somebody is as a person. Like I, for example, have very deep inherent biases towards like positive interpretations, because I'm forcefully optimistic sometimes. So if it comes to judging certain situations, I will, for example, try to give a lot of benefit to the attacked party. Which is not necessarily a bias, it's more like the approach of, if you don't know exactly, maybe don't make a judgment. But that in itself can kind of be a way of building a bias. And then like social upbringing is always a big one. There are certain factors that are just imprinted into one's personality. And at that point, it just depends on how much you let that influence your like unrelated decisions. Yes, Darth Bunny. I think my best example for that is the Netherlands. I think the Netherlands also don't have a strong dubbing industry and tradition. There's a lot of subbing there. And whenever I hear, like, I think Dutch people are on average better at English than Germans are, for example. Where in Germany we have a huge dubbing industry. Everything gets dubbed over here. Not at all, Sarah. I would say the average Dutch English is much better than the average German English. Oh, was that not at all at the dubbing being a thing? Yeah, also under other Scandinavian countries are good examples. The thing I found interesting about Finland in particular is that Finnish people most of the time have a very, very strong accent in English. Headset is not plugged in, no. Are you seeing lines? I'm not seeing lines. I'm also not hearing static. Are we getting lines? Headset is very much unplugged. Yeah, I don't even see the plug anymore. I don't see lines. Maybe that's just related to soft reset. Does this do anything? Do you mean those lines? It's a kind of dirty reset. Oops, it's not where we want to go. Like one of the more silly YouTube channels that I've been watching for years now. I hadn't for a while, but now I've rediscovered it. Is the Hydraulic Press channel, and that one is made by a Finnish guy. And his accent is so ridiculously strong. Like it's more Finnish than English sometimes, but it's interesting how certain language groups just maintain those strong accents. Also some Germans. Germans are among the stronger accents that I hear in English. Sometimes to ridiculously points. I mean, it's really just it's giving it too much credit if you call it physics porn. Really just, hey, we are just destroying this and say something funny about it. And it's fine. It's all that that channel needs. It's definitely not noticeable to me right now. I could see it very easily earlier, and I could... Let's plug it back in. Why did I throw the plug away? Like, just for comparison. Actually, it didn't come back. But yeah, that's also what it did earlier. It didn't come back. I think it's because the headset has turned off by me unplugging it. I don't see it. Good night, Berlin dude. Wait, now it's back. Now it's gone. Huh? I could hear the static and I could see the line at the same point, at the same time, and then it was immediately gone. It stopped around the letters. But now it's gone again. But yeah, you're right. It was there for a fraction of a second. Now it's back. The static is back. Now the static is gone. So the headset is not the only factor here. Interesting. Yeah, the dubbing culture definitely. Like, what it does is it doesn't give you the confidence. What I think is the case in most cases where people speak with a strong accent is that they could pronounce it properly if they wanted to, but they just think it sounds weird because they don't hear those sounds in their everyday language and in original media. So there's this like sense of pride or this embarrassment of maybe not doing it right, and then they don't even try. Like English TH is a good example for Germans. That's why you hear the Germans sometimes talk like this, because they're just too embarrassed to even try to do the thing. And that's dumb. Like, that's something that schools should get right. And it would be easier if you could have the examples on TV, if people would watch more originals. Rolling R's is a good example. Like when I was learning Russian in 7th grade, there were like two out of 12 kids in the class who even tried to do the R correctly. And the others just, they tried, couldn't do it immediately, and then it feels weird, I'm embarrassed, and then they don't even try anymore. And the teachers were like, it's fine. But it's not fine. No, you could get it right though, Squirrel. It's a practice of a couple of days, and serious practice of a day, and then you would have it. Trust me. The Dutch D is, and yeah, that's also a funny one. Like Dutch D, this. Well, some Germans also do that one, but it's more common for the German English-speaking stereotype to have the sound. Hello, I speak the German language. Also, everything super hard, like language. Language. German is such a rough, harsh language. Language. Yeah, I think it's just about exposure and practice, like everything else. I mean, the initial harshness comes from some phonemes that are just supposed to be harsh in Dutch, I guess. Like you have a lot of the like the throat sounds that are just there. In German, consonants are pronounced with more of a with more air, so to speak. Whereas in other languages, like Spanish, for example, is a super soft language. If you have a letter T that is followed by a vowel, it's almost pronounced like a D. There's no like air accompanying pronouncing the T. Where in German, it's really, you have this, like you almost spit while saying it. Or P. Like there's so much air in forming the letter, which is typical to the language. It's just how it is. And that transfers into other languages as well. And that's why it sounds so rough sometimes. And German also has the like throat. Ach, krach. Also the different R. Like the German R is very different from the English R. Like completely different actually. English R is a tongue sound, while the German R is a throat sound. Ridiculous. I can't even... When I try combining English and German, it usually sounds weird. It feels weird. Has any one of you watched the... what was it exactly? I think it was an address in front of the European agricultural ministers or something like that of the German politician Oettinger, like 15 years ago or so. So when he was an official EU Parliament office holder, and he had the most ridiculous German accent that you have ever heard. Squirrel. That's a classic. Squirrel. In the middle. I have to point you to the Oettinger speech. That is just so funny. Like I still like watching that one for the cringe factor. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Maybe we can watch this one together. Let's put this one on the screen for a second. Like I need a topical break right now anyway, before I do my last couple of attempts. Oh wait, maybe that is actually how I should do it. Maybe I should just use a proper browser source. Use me while I experiment with this. Before you continue to YouTube, what do you want from me? Oh wait, no, I have to control audio via OBS. Use custom. Where's the thing? There's somewhere. Isn't there a setting that lets me interact? Don't see it. Yeah, generally, like phonetic languages are interesting in themselves. German is somewhat phonetic, for example, but not really. We have a couple, like mostly the diphthongs. The AU is one of that ones that do work, but EU, for example, in German is usually pronounced like OI. If you see EU in a German word, it's pronounced OI, which is very unintuitive. Apart from that, most of it is phonetic, but we have those weird exceptions to that. Why can I not find control? No, that's not the one. Because I have to click something on the browser source, but it doesn't let me. And I don't see the setting. Interact, is that it? Interacting with Chrome. That's it, okay. I think I have to enable this audio. Let's see, does it have its own audio output? Doesn't. So that there. No. No music. Music stop. That is Günther Oettinger. Let me see. Let me hear if you can hear this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this press point with Commissioner-designate Günther Oettinger, who has just come out of his hearing in front of the European Parliament. Mr. Oettinger will now give a short introductory statement and then be ready to answer a few questions, one or two questions, and it is at your disposal. Thank you. A little quiet, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, 3 hours of constructive questions and in a good atmosphere. I think the committee was very competent, good prepared, and I'm sure there is a chance of a good partnership next years between these both committees and with me, my new function, for a big issue, for the issue to bring energy in a full sense to a European level, with many intentions of the Parliament, some intentions of me, with good work last year by my colleague Pielbargs. I'm glad to be here in this dossier, and I'm sure the Parliament is with me and not against me. We have all chances to bring energy on a good way.
Thank you. One or two questions.
I love this. And I hate this at the same time.
ARD-Studio Brüssel, Herr Oettinger, ich würde Sie gerne noch mal auf Deutsch fragen. Was ist Ihr Eindruck aus dieser
No, not in German.
prüfungsähnlichen Situation in den letzten 3 Stunden? Insbesondere würde mich interessieren, ob Sie glauben, dass Sie die Bedenken einiger Abgeordneter zerstreuen konnten, dass Ihre Nähe zu großen deutschen Energieunternehmen möglicherweise zu groß sein könnte. Danke.
Es ist nicht meine Aufgabe, den Ablauf zu bewerten. Das machen die Abgeordneten selbst, das machen die Medien, das macht die Öffentlichkeit. Ich kann nur sagen, die 3 Stunden waren sehr konstruktiv, waren sachorientiert. Es gab kritische, aber faire Fragen. Es war sportlich. Und ich habe den festen Eindruck, dass noch stärker als in nationalen Parlamenten die Abgeordneten hier parteiübergreifend Sachziele haben und kooperieren wollen. Und ich biete gerne in aller Offenheit meine Bereitschaft zu einer Partnerschaft dem Industrieausschuss und dem Umweltausschuss an. Es war heute ein guter Auftakt dafür.
Ja, Boris Reitz, ZDF-Studio Brüssel. Nochmal zur Atomenergie.
Ihnen
wurde vorgeworfen, Sie hätten den Spagat vom Saulus zu Paulus hingekriegt. Nochmal konkret, wie konnten Sie entkräftigen, auf welcher Seite Sie bei der Atomenergie jetzt stehen?
In meinem
I thought it was longer, the English part. Maybe there was another one. But the thing is, he's already not speaking proper German when he speaks German, because he has a quite heavy Southwest German accent, or dialect, I should say. And some of his pronunciations are just plain ridiculous. Like he just doesn't even care trying to say energy. He just says Energie, the way it is in German. It speaks a little bit of a certain kind of ignorance. Energie, yes. 。 He did get his point across, I agree, ATC, but the pronunciation, that was not the point. Like, the point was really just how heavy a German accent can be. And that one is up there. Lord Amadeus is more about trying to literally translate German idioms into English. I think that's where most of the fun in that comes from. Like, he just tries to translate sentences word by word from German into English, and that just does not work. Oh, nice stuff, Bunny. My ex actually studied Finnish at some point, and I think she did it for like 2 years. Yeah. She got to the point where she could at least form simple sentences and understand things. And obviously I was like exposed to that at the same time. So during a time I at least picked up some Finnish vocabulary. I know that pesukone, for example, is washing machine. And that pesukarhu is the raccoon. I also know the Finnish song Ono, or what was it called again? No, I forgot the name of the song. But I didn't forget the actual song. No, I did forget the song. How did it start again? Forgot what is chicken? What is chicken in Finnish again? I mean, sometimes you just learn something for the purpose of it. Kana sano kot 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 kot. Of course, it's kana. Karhu sano mur 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 mur. It's a song about alcoholism, or generally about drug abuse, I think, and casual drug use in Finnish culture. Kontra Virtanen is the band or singer. Yes, that's the one. I have heard and I know it. I'm pretty sure I've also played it on the stream at some point. I just think I like how the Finnish language sounds. There are certain languages that I don't like just personally. This is just my bias again. We have biases. That for some reason I enjoy the pure sound of certain languages. I like how Finnish sounds. I like how Japanese sounds. I like how Korean sounds. And weirdly enough, like a language that is commonly liked by, there have been surveys about this. A language that is commonly liked by Germans on average is Italian, and I don't like how Italian sounds at all. I never had the urge to learn Italian or anything. I'm indifferent about French. I'm mostly indifferent, more going towards positive about Spanish. I did study some Spanish after all for a while. But Italian is the odd one out for me. I just can't get near that language for some reason. I don't know why. I don't have there's no reason behind it. It's just a weird bias that I have to how the language itself sounds. I have never even watched The Godfather, so it's not that. Anyway, Raffi Sano Eri. Yes. Liquori. That's one of those songs that never leaves you once you've heard it. I mean, in a Finnish karaoke, very likely. Don't know what the standard is nowadays. I think it's 60 days. It used to be 90, but I think they shortened it to 60 like years ago. Like, don't take my word for it, but I think that's how it is. Maybe it's shortened to 30 by now. Who knows? I don't. I haven't looked at my Twitch settings in a while. The only thing I'm certain about is the 90 in the past. I used to be able to count in Finnish, but I can't anymore. Yksi, kaksi, kolme, neljä, viisi. Probably already forgot one number. And I forgot the end. Statesman somewhere in there. Yhtäksän. Yksi, kaksi, kolme. Neljä, viisi. Yeah. Kuusi. But yeah, I never learned it myself. This was just like peripheral learning while somebody else was learning. Seitsemän, kahdeksan, yhdeksän ja kymmenen. All rings a bell. But as you said earlier, if you don't use it, then what is it worth? And I never used it myself. I just am interested in languages. So at least a couple of things stick around. Yeah, I'm surprised myself. Because I haven't used it in years, or even talked about it in a while. Trying to remember what else I used to know in Finnish. It was never much. I think I used to know a couple of animal names, but I've forgotten them. I still remember karhu and pesukarhu. I'm pretty sure I used to know more. Kauris, of course. Mm-hmm. There are probably more that would just come back once I started listening to something, just automatically come back, but I can't pull it out of my brain right now. Those names, Jonas, yeah. At the very least, it's always a nice, like... ooh, good. A nice conversation starter. Ooh, I saved time. I actually saved time on that level. But it's only English though. Maybe I should just learn what deer means in all kinds of languages. Oh. Well, that's a lot of time lost right there. I set that up wrong. For example, I do not know what deer means in Spanish. I have no idea. I also don't know what it means in Dutch. I can learn that right now. If somebody helps me. I know what it means in what it is in Japanese. It is shika. Steinbock, that's a different one. Ibex, Ibex. Oh, no, Capriolis, Ibex. What's... Forgot the genus name. I think it's Capriolis. Capricornus. Capricornus ibex. Capriolis capriolis is a deer. Got my animals mixed up. Ah, I don't want to be up there. Is that too early? Nope. We good. Yeah, that's a good way of failing it. That is not a good way of failing anything. That was awful. Cerveau sounds French. Ah, why did I have to do that? Now I need an albatross. Ach, nee. Yeah, that sounds about right. That makes sense, like the Latin name of the family of deer is Cervidae. Cervidae. So it's not surprising that the Romance languages have a different root, a similar root. What's deer in Hungarian, Jonas? I forgot all of my Hungarian. I used to know a tiny little bit of Hungarian because my cousin's husband is Hungarian. But I have forgotten everything. Sarvas. Is that Ö? Is that pronunciation? It's different. Ah, that was so close. I almost had it. Now this runs very poopy. It's quite far behind. I was expecting something like that, squirrel. Hey, Take. This is not the last run, by the way. Gonna do another one. Just wanna see what I can do with this. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah, now tell me what deer is in Dutch. Oh, boy. Okay. It's similar to the Ös in Hungarian, I guess. Ert. That's different from anything else. Lievert. Somebody is trolling me. Don't know who. Both of you. That is so mean. Now you're in trouble. Now you're in such big trouble. Just gonna ask. Okay, there we go. Why not like that right away? Because you told me not to believe you. Remember? Just a few minutes ago. I just wanted to show off that my son actually speaks Dutch. Whoopsie. The rodeo would be Reh. Just Reh. R-E-H. Who said it earlier? I think it was Darth Bunny who said it earlier. And if you mean the main bigger deer, the male one, would be Hirsch. I think that might be the one that is equivalent to Hert. That is not a good joke. So predictable. That's much better. Maybe Dearbot was going for that. I take back my critique. I think it's Paiais. This is not something. It always has the eyes at the end, I believe. Is it just Paia? I don't remember my own chat commands. I know Grimlock knows. Or would remember. It's like the only one to ever use it. Oops. Like if I go by my own structure, it would be something like this. Yeah. Sierva and Siervo. Genshin drop right now? Tempting. Very tempting. I think the IMDb article that I made is still up. Has 2 ratings by me and Jacob. Simplifying? I don't remember having that. That's what rephrasing most of the time does. Can just use that one. Maybe that's what you mean. Rephrase. It's not intended to simplify things. Maybe a watch along. Like maybe once I get another PB, maybe we can watch Tenshino drop as celebration. Yeah. I missed most of that. Also, my name comes from different sources at the same time, so there's not one thing that it's named after. Several. It's hard to answer a question like that. For example, one aspect is the Super Metroid developer team that made Super Metroid developer team that made Super Metroid. Good sentence. They're called Team Shikamaru, which translates to Deer Force, which is in the credits of Super Metroid. So if you can find out what the Japanese Shika refers to, then that would be the original meaning of that part, which I believe is a roe deer. But I'm not entirely sure if Japanese even makes the distinction. Yeah, squirrel's right. That is a third of the explanation of where my name comes from. I mean, I know the type. I said it earlier, Capreolus capreolus. Pretty sure that's the one. Just don't know if that is exactly what the Japanese refer to. That is obviously the European roe deer. The pictures of deer that I've seen from Japan, from Nara Park, looked very reminiscent of European roe deer. A little late on that jump. I need to hydrate. Haven't had anything in like an hour. Be right back. Actually, not many ponds around where I live. There's a single. No, that's not just one. It's like every village out here basically has a repurposed former like fire department reservoir that has been repurposed to a swimming pond. They're usually in the middle of the forest, and they're usually quite dirty. Wouldn't want to drink out of one of those. They are pretty much mud holes, yes. I think there's one in a little village a little bit further away that is a tiny bit more fancy. But the ones right around here, they all look the same. My ear so itchy. Ich, ni, san, yong, go, roku, nana, hachi, you. Good grab. No corner boosts. What a shame. Another good idea. I'm gonna write that one down too. Any iteration, like the Orbot iteration of a common game show. Probably worth a thought at least. The pop quiz is a good quiz, good idea in general. Ah, again. Too late on the tap there. Ooh, very laggy. That was new. I don't think Have I ever failed that level in that way? Being a pixel too low there. I cannot remember. Very likely, but I cannot remember. What's the etymology of the word Jeopardy? It's a funny looking word. You cannot make out its root at all. Wouldn't be surprised if this is one of those cases where it's a misheard French word. Veg. Sleep well. And good night. Thank you again. Bye bye. It's gonna be one more run out of the tree. Yo, no bonk. Who is this? Hey, Sots. Yeah, that's kind of what I was expecting. A classic. Probably during World War I. Misheard on the battlefield. And thought it was a nice word. It confused me as a kid because it looked so much like Leopard, and I could not find the connection between Leopard and Jeopardy at all. Ah. Diese Matenten. I remember that was in one episode of Carambolage, the German-French linguistics show. Very much enjoyed that. I forgot the actual background there. I was specifically looking for the leopard in the show, and it never came. Ah, yes. See, that's actually where my first World War reference probably stems from. It's probably where I got it from. Wait, did I say hi to you, Sots? Hi, Sots. Boing, boing, boing. Not even close to the corners. No boosting. It doesn't work today. I don't think I've played this level well a single time today. Oh. Oops. Dang, it's late. Very late. I'm not getting tired though. It's very strange. Maybe that's the thickness. Actually lost frames there. That silly jump. The timing is all over the place. See if I can force some hyperfocus. It's usually not something that I can force. It's either there or not. I feel like my better tree zones the last couple of streams were usually on autopilot and not in any kind of focus mode. Nah, chat is usually what helps with the autopilot. When I look at my splits and I'm like 0.5 ahead into tree left. I saw that squirrel. I was very confused because I saw it once and I thought maybe this is just some like weird Japanese what's the word? Advertisement stunt or something, but then I saw more YouTube videos from the actual Dodgers stadium. I'm still confused by that. It's like Japanese baseball culture, sure. There's no problem overlapping those, but MLB with HoloLive? What? Interesting, Jonas. But how can the weeps infiltrate MLB baseball? That is not something that I would have expected. I like it, but at the same time I also find those marketing stunts super cringy. I didn't actually watch it. I don't know what they actually did, but there's probably a bit of cringe involved there. So odd. Yeah. I just don't see the two cultures overlapping at all from the get-go. So the portion of offline Dodgers, like just regular baseball fans, must have been quite big in that audience. I also didn't know that it was happening. I don't know how big it was advertised in the first place. I only saw it after the fact. Yo, good level. That is true ATC. When I was working at the Max Planck in Leipzig, we had several US scientists as well, and one of them actually was involved in founding the Leipzig baseball club. It's usually like that. That somebody from the outside brings in the culture. Same with Ultimate Frisbee. We had a small... it was just a casual team that did some games against other casual teams. That was spearheaded by a Canadian, though, not by a US American. To be honest, we have moved on to baseball. We have to find some Hungarian baseball facts real quick to stay on topic. 13.5, let's go. Good tree zone out of nowhere. Again, it works. Autopilot on. I have no recollection whatsoever of tree 2. Perfect. Yeah, That's the point. Gotta be kidding me. It's the same way I failed it the very first time I came here. Oh. Yeah, ice hockey has also become quite popular in Germany because of the successes of the German national team the last couple of years. The red thread through today's streams. Big mistakes in Space 1. Very annoying. I've never been into baseball. Never really paid attention. I think we had the topic the other day. The only thing I'm paying attention to is YouTube channels that are already critical towards baseball. I would go as far as saying that I dislike MLB baseball. For the same reasons that I dislike professional wrestling. It's just not really about the sport aspect. Yeah, but also statistics nerds. There's a lot of useless statistics in there as well, and the classic American sports coverage thing of using completely meaningless statistics and trying to imbue them with meaning. He's not dead! We're going again. That is the fun? I see. It's not the fun for me. If something is such obvious bullshit, I just tune out. I just say, nah, leave me alone. Yeah, the organization itself seems to suck. Like they had this one referee that he just made bad decisions and was like he had a bit of a god complex himself. Those kinds of people in big, high positions are never a good thing for the sport. But at the same time, I think he had dirt on the organization, so they couldn't fire him. Angel Hernandez, that's the one. That is exactly the one. So he played the racist card pretty early on and said, I just want to get me out because I'm Hispanic, this and that. And then they just kept him for several more years. I think he's out now, though. But just there was soap opera things like that. It's just what's really off-putting for me. Yeah, it's drama, sure, but it's about the sport and not the drama. I want to see the athletic aspects. I want to see the gameplay. And that's just so in the background with MLB baseball that I cannot enjoy it. in general, as a viewer, I think it's very hard to enjoy American sports with all of the advertisements. Like they're all those big happenings just to, like, mostly to advertise something. Then there's also sport on the side. It's very unenjoyable. I used to watch a little bit of NBA basketball in the past, and it was okay. I have started watching NBA basketball this season again because I wanted to see how Victor Wembanyama was playing, just because he's such a like millennium exception of a player, and it was so hard to watch. It definitely changed in the last 20 years. Yeah. Did it again. Yeah. The ads baked into the casting is probably my biggest pet peeve in all of this. In general, we had this topic on a different day. The American style of sports commentary is so freaking annoying to me. Like, you have the three-person setup there. You have the one guy that is like the mouthpiece of the advertisement, that reads all of the adverts, word by word, whether they fit into the conversation or not, just reads them out, but doesn't necessarily understand the sports aspect. He's just there to talk whenever there's dead air to fill. And oh, do they hate dead air. Somebody has to talk all the time. Then there's the like more professional sportscaster who may have a like sports journalism education behind him. And then there's the ex-athlete on number 3, who is just inserted sometimes by force by the other two. And what I really, really dislike is what I mentioned, that first part, when the like the what even would you call that guy? It's the guy who just reads the advertisement, like completely unrelated. Yeah, when we are sponsored by this and that car dealer from around the corner, while there's an interesting play happening, but he can't just stop. No, he has to read that through because that's his job. It's just ridiculous. The shill, that's fitting, yeah. The clueless one, the robot. Like, you can just replace that guy entirely. Just put the advertisements on the screen in big letters. It's just as annoying. Color. You don't even have to have a color caster if that is what I think it means. Like, that is usually gonna be the ex-athlete. It's usually just how it is. And then I watch NFL. It's just a Super Bowl that I sometimes watch, like maybe every 2 years. And the German broadcast actually adopted that system. And they do it in a less annoying way, but it's still just cringy. Especially having the one dude who used to be a former NFL player and who just acts like this know-it-all while barely being able to form coherent sentences. It's generally, this entire system is a little bit weird. I don't mind expertise or something, but they're clearly putting people in positions that they are not comfortable with. They get a lot of money, but I guess they are comfy in the end. But it's a common thing in German sports commentary these years, that there's always a co-caster. It's usually two-man teams. Just cut out the shill. That's the one sports journalist together with a former athlete. And some athletes you just don't want to hear talking, ever. Now, my foundation for the complaint was not the Super Bowl alone. It was the lots of NBA games that I've watched this season. Watched like half of the matches of the San Antonio Spurs. That is where that rant came from. Well, I would say Super Bowl is the epitome of all of this. But yeah, it's not that much different. It's also just so disruptive. NBA has... they have it in their rules that they have to take a certain amount of timeouts so they can put in the ads. And if the coaches don't take normal timeouts until a certain time in the match, there's a forced advertisement timeout. That's how bad it is. The ads have definitely infiltrated the sports aspect. And those are long ads, sometimes like 7-8 minutes long, but the game just stops. It's okay. Hey, Blazing Raven. I've been doing these runs quite frequently though, in recent days. And I think there's gonna be a little bit more activity later in the year, because we're planning to have a tournament. And I hope a couple of the old players are gonna dust off their consoles and come back. Oh boy, the ESA comparison again. I still don't have anything to add to that because I've never watched one of the Break the Record events. Except might have been the first one. That was the Mario 64 one that they had in person at some point. Oh, that's too early. It's another reset. Ah, boy. But Jonas, we're talking like within the first 6 or 7 minutes of the game here. That's how quickly. Like it's first quarter, you have to have so and so many timeouts per team. If one of the teams doesn't take their timeout, it's gonna be a forced one. For ESA itself, I know that there was one year where it was particularly bad with the Save the Children sponsorship. Or charity partner, I guess. Those advertisements were very manipulative and just jarringly bad and yeah, manipulative. That was the worst part about it. Also very long tearjerkers. And they replaced that. They are now partnered with the Swedish Alzheimer Foundation and don't have those aggressive ads anymore. And they fill the in-betweens with, or they used to do at least, with some like small explanations of speedrun tricks, like random speedrun tricks. They were asking the community beforehand, can you record like a little bit of 30 seconds explaining this one trick in your video game, in your speed game? And they had that in the intermissions, together with just some random EDM music. Why do I hate children? No, that organization is a bit weird. If you look into that a little bit, and like it was mostly the combination of Save the Children and gaming for good, and there was some, I want to say, some shady business going on somewhere in there. Not necessarily at the event, but somewhere in the organizations. Jet. Yeah, for some reason I'm not getting tired, so I'm just gonna keep playing. I don't know what's up with me today. I am getting sick, I can feel that. So it's maybe not a good idea to do this. But I might as well. Thank you, thank you. I'm basically just grinding for a good run past Tatanga, and that's gonna be my last one. How have your KDL2 runs been going? I saw that you switched to Dream Collection now. When was that switch? I knew you were doing it. Like, I remember you saying that. But I didn't see when exactly you started doing those. And how does it compare, feeling-wise? Like the entire package. Because I don't like the general situation that the KDL community has created with allowing the Dream Collection without conversion. So what's your take on that? I'm interested in that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think input delay has been an issue for anything that is like Wii Virtual Console-esque in that regard. Also, what I remember from the Super Metroid community back in the day. But yeah, it's one of those weird situations where if you want to go for world record, you have to use that particular platform. What do you mean by significantly more difficult, though? Is that just the input delay? Or is there anything else? Ooh, that's not good. Ah. I didn't know about the frame blending. That would probably be the most annoying aspect for me. Something I immediately noticed with the retro feel filter on Switch Online for Game Boy games. It just feels wrong. Like, even if you don't have input delay, the frame blending would make it look like you have. It's very... It can throw me off, at least. Yeah. Now I can see that argument, at least, that it is a little bit of a... like, there's a pro and con about the conversion or not conversion. I was not considering that aspect before. Yeah, I saw you play and practice a couple of times. I was lurking yesterday when I woke up in the middle of the night. Was it 2 days ago? Don't remember. I think it was yesterday. Oh. Accidental super jump there. It's not too terrible, but it's definitely all of those frames that you spend in the air there, you spend not accelerating. Yeah, that sucks, because you can't just go to practice and then go straight back, because the timing is gonna be different. Ah! Not like this. I used to do the same kind of thing, where I only would practice on my GBA, and then only do runs on console. I thought that was going well, but ever since I'm not doing that anymore, I feel like my practice has been a little bit more efficient. That's why I switched to my new stream format of like an hour of practice before each round of attempts. It seems to work better. Whoopsie. I also like the aspect, like, if I'm streaming my practice, I like the aspect that more people can have an eye on what I'm doing. Maybe bring in some ideas here and there. Or sometimes things just don't really work out, and a little bit of something that loosens up the practice routine sometimes helps. I've always found practicing fun, like whether I was doing it offline or not. But the added social aspect to practice is a nice thing. Ah. It's like everybody's just preparing for the events, the runs, the attempts. That's what I wanted to say. How much time did that lose? Probably 0.3. Yeah, I know you're kind of in a even more extreme category when it comes to practicing. Ah, 2 bunks. Ah, like I've just already I can't talk anymore. I have already done most of my practice years ago, pretty much. Now it's mostly revisiting things and sometimes like relearning one strat or two here and there. But most of the things I just have to like get back into, but I know exactly how to do them. Like they're like half of the levels I barely practice at all anymore. Yeah, your in-between game jumping is absolutely impressive. Because at least to me it seems like you don't take a lot of time to switch at all. I mean, to adapt to switch, obviously, that's the quick part. But actually adapting... I don't believe you would. On day 2 or 3, I think you would get 26s already again. But then again, your SML2 break has been quite long now. Maybe it would take a week or so. Nah, I missed every single corner by at least 2 frames, like that one. Way too late. I think I'm gonna switch games from SML2 to Rescue of Princess Blobette somewhere next week. Maybe on the weekend. So I have at least a week of practice before the ESA run. And at least a week to get the world record back. Which should be somewhat trivial. I say that now, but I haven't actually put in the actual practice. I worked out the setups already that I want to use, but only on paper. And I made a task that was supposed to just give me a better idea. of how the game reacts to inputs, which already was quite surprising because I had never tasked Blobette before. So I didn't know that, for example, it only polls for inputs every second frame, which was something I'd never seen in any game. There's a lot of implications on how you have to do your inputs. There are some setups that do technically require some one-frame inputs, which means they should be two-frame inputs in order to be definitely recognized by the game. I haven't published it yet, no. I will play it and maybe try to improve. I have one little aspect that I think I haven't optimized yet. I might do that on stream. It's nothing crazy, it's a very straightforward run. Most things are very obvious. Yeah, I haven't done one in a very, very long time. My last task stream was when I did my big lag testing in SML2, which was April of 2020. I don't think I did anything after that involving BizHawk or something else. I think it was February or March of 2020. It was before Darbian came back. Let's not make a gigantic silly mistake here again. Ooh, way too high. A little bit high. Good level. I mean, Moon and Cheese, you're probably not the first one to make that connection. Just putting that out there. Have you tried walking on cheese? Specifically to the right. Like, I wonder. That is also taken from real life, just like the moon being made out of cheese. It's actually faster to walk on cheese than to jump over cheese. It would be interesting to test. Bling bling. All I have to do is not completely botch the boss fight. And then I'm willing to stop for today. Well, after I finish that run, of course. Because I am still not getting tired. I have no idea what is going on with me. I don't think I shot a single time there. Maybe I have to stop anyway. This is not going well. Do a tiny intermission and see if there's even hope. Because my fingers didn't feel good when approaching. Now the speed is there. Speed is definitely there. That was even almost an albatross. Ah. Why does it not work in runs, though? Oh, see, that's exactly what happens in runs. One of my fingers just stopped. I lost control. Same thing. This time it was my middle finger that stopped. Definitely a coordination thing right now. Two fives in a row. And another one where my middle finger doesn't play along. I don't get it. Hey fella. It's just me getting old. Getting old, live on stream. Speed was there. 17 hertz. It's pretty. Oh, 3333. Same thing again. One finger. It's usually the middle finger. It doesn't want to. Alright, let's go again. One more run. At 3:30 a.m. I just find it very interesting right now to observe my condition. Just not getting tired at all. Like my condition doesn't seem to change at all tonight. I feel the exact same as the very first minute I started streaming today. Same kind of focus or lack thereof, there were no big dips. Would be nice if it was always like this, but I have the feeling that this is sickness-induced. It's probably not good for the core viewership if I get a PB when everybody has already gone to bed. Ah. Bad level. It's gonna be a red split. Very close. Not great. True. I saw a YouTube video about that recently. That some of the more successful recent YouTube channels have falling asleep to content in them. It's a measurable trend. Just have to make sure to be extra soft-spoken. It's late in my stream. Getting the tingles already. Yeah, it does. Yeah. I mean, I personally don't really... I'm in a position where I should even care. I think I usually have like 3 or 4 viewers on the YouTube side. Sometimes a couple more. Like sometimes it YouTube seems to recommend my channel to random people, which is interesting at least. Yeah. Today there doesn't seem to be any activity over there at all. But maybe people are just quietly lurking. There's 2 or 3 that might be over there. But I do enjoy some of those essays. For example, there's this one channel that I discovered through one of those. They just had the entire history, the entire story of Dune in a 7-hour video. And I found that one first before I looked into the regular content on the channel. And I do enjoy the channel. Called Quinn's Ideas. Oops. Ooh, oh, what was that? Was it a really good split there? I don't doubt that. But yeah, that guy does general book reviews or like broader story and author reviews in the science fiction and horror genre. Which I enjoy. I also theoretically want to consume more audiobooks, which goes in the same direction. Some YouTube channels are just laid out like that, pretty much like a compendium of certain audiobooks. I recently listened to the Call of Cthulhu, and after that... Oh, was it? I think it was by Philip K. Dick, The Hanging Man. Pretty sure it was a Dick novel. Or short story, I should say. I like those ones that are like at most like 3 hours long. It's like a longer short story. Or a 1-volume novel in some cases. Because I can fall asleep to them and then just roughly remember how deep I got into it before I fell asleep and then start again from there until I fall asleep again. Ah. Novella, like the middle ground. Like in the 80 to 150 pages range, I think that's usually what novellas are. Thought I wouldn't make it across there. But yeah, I like discovered those kinds of audiobooks for me a couple of months ago, but I also have already not pursued that any further. Just forgot about it again until just now. Just while I'm reading one thing, which is Song of Ice and Fire, I don't want to start other physical books at the same time. It just feels wrong to me. But the audiobook approach is my loophole. And some books I just don't want to listen to. I want to read it. Or read them. Because I very much like the entire book experience. The physical one. Yeah, that's why I have to... It has to be something short and self-contained. And something that I can easily go back to just refresh myself on what actually was told. Like the Call of Cthulhu one, I probably started from the very beginning 3 or 4 times. Because I always fell asleep quite early on. And not a lot is happening in that story in the first place. There's a lot of atmosphere building. I'm jumping earlier each time there. A little earlier and it's too early. No, that was too early as well. No, it was not. Never mind. Saved by the speed oscillation, I believe. That definitely looked too early. Alright, I'm gonna make this my last attempt. Otherwise I will mess up my sleep schedule, which I do not want to do. Always reminds me that I've been so lazy with making my own emotes. I always only think about making them while I'm streaming. Plop. And in theory, I really do enjoy the process of making the emotes myself. don't even start doing it. Common problem of the procrastinator. Okay, both fingers, please. Okay. That was still very shaky. Didn't feel good at all. Flipped into the wall again. Whoopsie. That's not good. What happened there? Don't know if that was a finger or a button malfunction. Tempted to say the former. My fingers are just weird right now. Yeah. Yeah. Was a lot of lag. Oops. Ah, jumped way too high. I think that puts me out of range to be ahead after Pumpkin Zone. Just barely. Sloppy. Yeah, actually, still in range. I think I can save exactly those 3 seconds. Here's the big one. Bonked. It's not a good start. It's good enough to save a second. Yeah, actually, almost all of it. Almost all that I can save. It's surprising. Bonk. Point. No, squirrel, no. You have to be wrong. I hate you. I don't hate you. I hate the witch. Right, what can I do with this? Not much, I fear. It's a bit much. Better exit. Slow. Oh well. Didn't fix it. That is slow swimming through the entire first room. That is even worse than my PB. Just couldn't fix it. Ooh, pipe suck. Outside of the swim speed, it's a very good level. Too bad that the swim speed plays such a big role, though. Oh, well. I think it was just a pixel too high. Thought I was safe. Oh well. Let's just blame that on the witch as well. I wanted to give the what's it called? The raid. What's it called? Raid. Wait, it doesn't even tell me. Isn't there a new Twitch thing? Like a raid organizer thingy. What's it called again? What is it? I don't see it. I thought that was a thing. Or did they just move it to the dashboard? Maybe that's what they did. It was available through a command at some point, but they seem to have removed the command. Which is terrible in my case, because I have most of my screen hidden behind my TV. Just make the window smaller. No, I'm not. Raid channel. Yeah, you have filters now. Oh wait, Ape has already started. Oh, so late that Ape is already streaming. That's a good raid target. But it suggests you like similar streams based on different factors. Ape is doing SML1, I'm pretty sure. Yes, that's what it says. Stream preview. Start raid from... Yeah, I like this. Actually like this. But it doesn't give you... Oh wait, no, there it is. The raid now thing. Alright, I will be back tomorrow if I don't feel a lot worse than today. I will still do a stream tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for watching and maybe see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.